Boom. Okay. Going live. I'm not even reading it. Aha, I'm live. Woohoo! Cool. All right. Hello, everybody. Let me just get a few more things set up while we are getting started. Sorry about the audio. I think it sounds very echoey, and I don't know why. It's something that I've been struggling with for the last couple of weeks. So yeah, don't know what's going on. Don't know why. Have no idea. So weird. Okay, dokie. Let's go and get started a little bit. Well, actually, no. Let's give it a few more minutes. See who drops in. Fill up my glass. That's probably a good idea because I'm going to get very thirsty tonight. I also need to do something about my lighting. My ring light broke, so yeah, it's a little darker than usual. So sorry about that, but it is what it is. Not much that we can do about it. All right. A couple of other things that have changed since the last stream that I did. Well, let's actually see, how can I best organize this so that I can actually keep an eye on things. Too many things open. So one of the things is I've now got a widescreen monitor. Hooray, hooray. But it also means that I need to rearrange everything on screen because obviously I'm not going to stream at widescreen resolutions or nobody can actually watch me. That wouldn't be a good thing. So yeah, I'm juggling around. So if suddenly a window doesn't show up or it is halfway on the screen, yeah, give a shout because I'll try and keep it in mind. But yeah, I'm only using about 2/3 of my screen for the screen. Hey, Rodzilla, how you going? Long time no see. How'd it get, Gru? Thanks for the congrats on the 10K. That was yeah, that was fun watching that take over. It actually it went to 10K and then it went back to 9,999 and then it went back up to 10K and now it's I think about 13 over. So yeah, very glad that I finally met that milestone. So yeah, I better start doing more on my YouTube channel again. It's been a busy period lately with getting everything ready for the Godot 4.3 release and looking at lots of new stuff that we're doing on the XR side. So it's been busy times, but yeah, I am very glad that I did manage to do that. So yeah, again, apologies for the bad lighting. And again, let me know if the audio is clear enough. I do think it's very echoey. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I might need to reinstall some software and see if that resets some stuff. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So I don't know if anybody in the chat is also joining the game jam. Obviously, we have our Godot game jam happening this week. That little guy. So we've got 1 day and 9 hours left before our deadline. I'm gonna try and make something. We're gonna miss you, Rodzilla, because I really enjoyed your escape room last time. So yeah, we're gonna try and build something tonight just to start. I'm way too late for the game jam as well, so I would be very surprised if I get anything finished. But I was talking to Daniel earlier today, talking about an idea that I had that I wanted to make, and he sort of said, "Well, I can do some animation stuff for you, and you can go and give it a try." So yeah, we'll see if that ends up being something or not. And otherwise, we'll have a bit of fun for the next couple of hours and see if we can get enough of a start going. And if not, then yeah, we'll still have some fun. So let's go get that. There we go. So that's, oh yeah, that's over there. Cool. Where are we? There we go. Cool. So yeah, let's get started. We've got a empty project here that I already created right before the stream. This is Godot 4.3 Beta 3, which just came out. I have not used it yet, so fingers crossed that there's nothing new in there that blows up on us. I've also reorganized the layout a little bit here, so I'll probably tweak that some more. I found that at least for streaming, it makes sense to have everything on one side because obviously my camera obscures some of the interface, and this way it just obscures part of the 3D thing. That should be a lot less problematic. The start that I want to do right now. Why can I not see my chat? Because I'm in the wrong window. There we go. So the start that I want to make is just set up a bare bones Crest 3 project because I want to have a look at the new scene manager stuff that's in the new vendor plugin and see how far we get with that. Now, I'm trying to think about. Well, we'll see whether it's in the official release or whether we need to copy over a normal build or a master build. We'll see how we go there. Anyway, we'll rename that to main as I always do. Let's save that. We are obviously going to want to go to the asset library and get our vendors plugin. I am going to use the beta one for this. Yep, that's the one. Should have done this a little bit before I started the stream. Sorry about that. Actually, while that's running, how am I on battery on this thing? Because I've got it in my charger for now. Oh, that looks pretty much full. That's cool. So you go off. Where's my other cable? Because I can't fast charge on my. Okay, as you can see, it always keeps popping it up in the wrong place. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be fun. All the messages going in the middle. Audios, hello. Okay, let me see what I can do about that. That's already maxed out. Let's go and just crank that a bit up. I hope that doesn't make it worse. So how is the audio now? Is that better? I'll also move the mic a bit closer. There we go. Yeah, let me know if the audio is any better while we continue here. I'm just going to stick with to the vendor plugin for now. What's the other thing that I was about to do? Let's go back to the file system on that one. Oh yeah, I wanted to start up the what's it called the hub, developer hub. Okay, that can just be to the side because I don't really want that. Oh, we got a new update for that one. I'm not going to use that yet. So, oh, actually, I will put that in here. So I'm using the nice little developer hub that comes with. Yeah, OBS is already on max, so I just up the input volume on the microphone itself, but it tends to start cracking up if I boost it too much. Yeah, I can put the gain up a little bit more, maybe like this, and then see how that goes. It's clip guard. Otherwise, the analog guide path prevents distortion every time. Yeah. Don't know. I actually have a stream capture on my YouTube where I convert the whole project to Godot 4. So you can see that, and the in the GitHub. There should be a PR if I haven't already merged it that has all the changes to move it over to Godot 4. So yeah, check that one out. Anyway, so Meta Developer Hub. Anybody who's using a Quest 3, be aware that this exists. It's a really cool tool that gives you access to a whole bunch of things. And these sort of stuff is really cool. So for instance, I can go and say, well, for the next 4 hours, I don't want the proximity sensor to work. That means that my Quest is now always on, whether I'm wearing it or not. The other little thing that I really like is that I can go and cast this thing. Now that starts up on a different window. And I want this to be cropped like that. So I'm going to go minimize you, and I'm going to go and put you here. So you guys can now see my nice little setup. And like I said before, you know, it is a bit dark and a bit messy, but that means that I can show what I am seeing on my screen when I run things. Now, I hope that that isn't going to give me a problem for just running in the background, or that it has any other effects that I'm not too happy about. But we will see. We'll just keep it running there, and then when I'm doing something on the headset, I'll switch to that view and show you guys what to do. Yeah, the vehicle body is a fairly old raycast implementation, and I really want to get back into it at some point in time and really sort of figure out, okay, why is it so so annoying? But because it should just work, it's a fairly straightforward implementation of a technique that's around for a while. Yeah, the duct tape thing, or, you know, put your finger in front of it or whatever. So yeah, the vehicle one, I personally wouldn't do it with a character body 30, but that's just me. I do know that Kenny is working on porting his arcade car control thingy that he built for Unity to Godot. I don't know where he is with that, whether he's already released that or finished that, or if he's still working on that. But that's a really cool approach where you're actually using a sphere that rolls around your world, and then the car is just placed on top of, or, you know, in position of where the sphere is, and that gives you a very, you know, very cool arcadey racer type vehicle thing. So yeah, it's one of those things. I haven't really done enough with the vehicle physics in Godot 4 other than port my my car demo. So well, you know, again, in Godot 3 you could use it. It was very, very, you know, very decently working. And I'm assuming that you can recreate the same in Godot 4. It's still the same code in the background. I really don't know why it is more unstable. The other option is to have a look at Jolt. A lot of people are switching over to Jolt as a physics engine, and I think there's a couple of people experimenting with vehicle physics in Jolt as well. So yeah, I don't have any good links to that at the moment because I've been too busy lately on you know, XR stuff. But it is something that I do want to go back into. You know, it's well, quite simply put, you know, obviously, you guys can't really see it, I think, but there's a racing chair over there. So that obviously is something that I do want to hook up to Godot at some point in time and do some fun things with. But that's all future music. So, but yeah, I do know that there's a couple of people who are using Jolt physics, and they've got a whole car controller set up. But yeah. Hey, Valheimer. Hey, You're Uncut Games. How are you guys? Nice of you to join. Oh, I didn't know Kids can code it one as well. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I really don't know. Like I said, I've only heard that people are working with Jolt and doing vehicle simulation in Jolt. So I don't know how that's exposed. I do know Jolt has got vehicle physics stuff in there, or at least it's supposedly fairly easy to reproduce or create. So, but again, I haven't got any hands-on experience with it, so I can't really say very well what that's like. Hi, Mickey, and thank you too. Glad that you're enjoying the XR things that we're doing. Ha! Yeah, of course, I should have realized that, Dan. I'm terrible with names. So yeah, I've already created my main scene. That's how far I've gotten so far. So yeah, let's get building a little bit. So yeah, we got a main node. We have our vendor thing set up. Oh, this is going to be fun. So with project settings, we obviously need to turn on our normal stuff. That one. I want to go and change that to local floor. For what we're doing, we're going to change that to alpha, although I've noticed that doesn't work out of the box too well. I actually want that one on high. I want that one on. We are going to be using hand tracking. I think I'm going to go purely for hand tracking with this one. I don't care about gaze interaction. I don't care about hand tracking aim. Oh, I need to really check on what you're doing with the OpenVR, and always send me a message whenever you got something done, because I don't check the repo often enough. If there's any PRs you need me to review and merge, it would be good to make sure that that's all updated and working. Yeah, see, bloody hell, Godot. This is one thing. Godot the editor always starts full screen, and I haven't found a way to tell it not to, and to just save the size, because I don't want it full screen. I want it this size so that you guys can see the whole window. Anyway, first world problems, I guess. So let's go and already set up our export. So we need to go and add an Android here. We're going to go and set Chris. Oh, I don't have that done yet. Okay. Gradle build. We can already start doing that, but I have to download the templates. I haven't downloaded the templates for Godot 3 beta 3 yet. 4.3 get beta 3. I think I can keep that all the way that it is. That goes to that. That goes to that. And then all the way over here, what do we want to do? We don't care about eye tracking or anything like that, but we do care about hand tracking. Let's go high. Pass-through is required. We're actually going to start in pass-through. We don't care about render model. We don't care about that, but we do care about that. Don't care about that. I don't think any of the features that we're using are experimental. I still, hold on, let me just double check that. Boundary mode. I don't know if I need to disable that. I might need to for this project. I'm not sure, because I'm going to be using everything in pass-through, and why is my cable in the way? We're going to do everything in pass-through, and we're going to use the scene API to get information about our surroundings. Ah, okay, cool. Well, let me know whenever you have a PR, and don't be afraid to ping me if you need me to check on something. The OpenVR repo isn't something that that I check for a lot. GitGuru, what problem do you have with the MetaQuest for the brownie mode as well? Again, I haven't tried these settings yet, so we'll see how far we get with that. In the meantime, while that is actually, let's go and make sure that's all saved. Export templates, is that it? Yeah. So I'm very sorry, but I do need to just have that download for a sec. The range is short. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, we'll see if we run into that tonight. This is the very first time that I'm trying that out. Okay, so actually, let's have a look in the list of releases because we are using this one, I think. And that's what it already, yeah, the example projects that are in there and stuff like that. So, obviously, we also now have manual pages here. Woohoo. And I think, yeah, so we're not going to be using any of the special pass-through features, I think. So we do have that on required. We'll deal with that in a bit. Yeah, that's all stuff that we already know. And that's all the special stuff that we won't be using. Okay, very good. Well, I would love to, go back onto the vehicle at some point in time when I do have time for it. And I still want to have, I still want to investigate Jolt myself. So I might be able to, but it all depends on whether I get time for it or not. Because right now I am head over heels into XR stuff. Oh, well, yeah. We'll see how far we get, Jib Crew. And whether we run into that, it's going to be very interesting. Okay, that's still downloading. Okay, while that's going, I am going to copy a file from one of the other projects. Hang on for a second. I'm just doing that on my other screen. Demo projects. I'm just going to copy my start VR script from another one. So is this downloaded yet? Not yet. All right, almost there. There we go. Fine. So now if you go to export here, just that the Android build templates aren't installed. So let's go and do that. Cool. All right. Okay, I hate doing that. Okay, I'm just going to do it by just doing a restart. So one of the things that snuck into the latest version of Godot is that if you haven't installed your build templates, the little menu here, this one, doesn't actually get updated because it thinks that there are no working export templates. And when we made it working by installing our Android folder, it doesn't refresh this. So normally I unplug and replug my my Quest in. That's enough to give it a jolt, and then it comes up. But because that would mean that all of a sudden my my camera stops casting, doesn't seem like a very good idea. To be quick and efficient developer like me, I'm very bad at this. It take extremely long time and don't. The only way you can get faster and better is experience. Just keep on trying and keep on building things, and eventually you'll start getting comfortable with more and more things, and you start getting some speed. The other thing I think is very valuable in that is to look at what other people do. Follow some streams of people like myself, but also look at Jitspo's stream. He's very interesting to watch. Cheese is a very interesting person to watch. So there's a whole bunch of good old streamers out there. And if you look at their habits, and especially you see at the sort of shortcuts that they know, or the tricks on how to be quicker, like for instance, for me as an XR developer, that I just recommended, okay, use the Meta hub for this, and turn on your proximity sensor and or disable this proximity sensor and that sort of thing. And that went back to, let's see, it's still working. because, that makes development lots easier. And it's just, learning those tricks, but you just learn them by doing. And that's really the best advice that I can give. Just go for it and do stuff. All right. We're going to go and put my start script in here. So I should just be able to drop that on there. That's now set there. Let's see. Do we need to do anything special here? I don't really care about those things. But what I do care about... let's see, we want to have our VP. We need to make our VP, make our viewport transparent because we are using transparent background is true because we're doing AR stuff. Let's actually see, because officially, the fact that in our settings, I changed that to alpha, we should already be in there. But because we are simulating the alpha blend mode on Quest, I think that's stopping it from setting it to alpha at the beginning. So we'll test that in a minute when we have the basic stuff set up. But that should be enough for our start XR script. So we're going to add a node in. Actually, we're going to go through here with that. So I'm going to go and add in our environment. I'm going to add in our sun. Now we're going to change our environment because we actually don't want a sky. We just want a black background because we're in VR. We're just going to have that transparent anyway. Which means I want my ambient light just to be on color so that we have a little bit of ambient light in here. But we are going to have a directional light just to get some shading. Yep, exactly. Speed comes with experience. Just work, put in the time, and eventually you'll get better and better. BM, the best advice there is join communities and talk to people. So join the Discord or hang out on the Godot forum. And the other advice that I have is don't chew off more than you can, or don't bite off more than you can chew. That's the expression. Start with smaller projects. If you're hitting a ceiling doing something more complex, start with something simpler, follow tutorials and that sort of thing, and just get some experience that way. That really works the best. Let's go and move that a bit up so that it's out of our way. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that I waltzed over. So the other change that I made is the reference place local floor. And local floor is going to make sure that whenever I recenter my my play space, I'm going to be back on the XR origin point. And especially because we are building an AR application here, we're actually not going to put any code in this project for moving around. We're going to rely purely on physical movement. However, we do need to eventually, when someone resets the view, we have to make sure that stuff that we position is repositioned in the world. But that will come. So let's create an origin node here. And let's create a camera. Oops, camera node. I can't type for the life of me. Camera node, thank you very much. There we go. So we just have those. I am going to give that a default height because with local floor, we do keep the height of us. We just center the character at the start. We can still move away from our starting point. So physically, I can move around my room, and obviously I'll be tracked. But my starting point will be on the XR origin point. Yeah, if you want to do a hyper-casual car game, go and check out Kenny.nl. So if you don't know who Kenny is, but that's this guy, Kenny.nl. I don't know if he's already got it in the starter game, but he has. He's currently porting or already has a little arcade game. So follow him and see what he's doing. The other one that someone already mentioned is Kids Can Code. Does that work like this? No, it doesn't. Is it at Kids Can Code? There we go. So at Kids Can Code, this guy has got a whole bunch of tutorial videos, and I think he's got a nice, yeah, he's got these 3D kinematic car recipes. He calls it recipes, pretty cool. But these are really simple, good little tutorials to follow. So definitely recommend checking him out and looking at what he has. So Kenny and Kids Can Code, two really good places. All right. I need to steal some more from another project, and I hope that I actually have that project in place at the moment. No, I do not. This is the downside when you are working on multiple projects at the same time. Okay. Okay, why is that actually? Oh, okay, that's why. Yeah, I'll leave that in place. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Yay, I got him. Okay, so assets. I'm going to copy that whole folder over. So boom, we'll have an add-ons in here all of a sudden. There we go. And in here we have some nice GLTF files for our hand tracking. So let's see if I remember how to set this up, because it's been a while. I think we start with an extra node. So notice that I'm not creating an extra controller here. I'm using a normal node here. And we're going to put that onto our left here. And I think that just stays on default. That actually also reminds me... Oh, that's interesting. That's on. Why have I not... Okay, that's interesting why that... Parameter, okay. That's weird. Why do I not have my... Robotics our action map working properly? That makes no sense. Save. I think we broke something in beta 3. Let's see if I reload that, if it actually now does it. Because else I'm going to have to... Maybe when I fix the editing of the action map, I screwed that bit up. Oh. Come on. There we go. I think I did. Okay, that's something that I need to chase at tomorrow. I broke that. Well, that just means that I am going to go and also steal my action map from here as well. That does mean that I'm going to have to do... Oh, no, I can probably just do that. So that's cool. I'm actually currently not going to care about any of those. I might get them back in, but I actually want to have an empty action map just so that we have an action map. Okay, we broke that. That's interesting. Okay, that's not cool. I'm not happy about that. Anyway, let's continue. Minor hurdle there. Left hand. And let's give... Actually, let's make a copy of that and make that right hand. Boom. I also actually want to put our show when tracked on, so that means that the hand is automatically going to be hidden if we don't have something. Let's see. Just catching up on chat for a sec. Hold on, guys. Hey, Cyber, how you going? Hey, Beethoven, how you going? A weird bug where the right eye doesn't render most objects unless some sort. Do you have a AMD? Oh, someone will ask. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, do you have an AMD GPU? We did fix that bug the other day, but there is a bug on AMD GPUs. Oh yeah, you got NVIDIA. I haven't seen that happen on NVIDIA yet, unless all our NVIDIA cards have the same problem. But there was a fix made just this week for at least that problem on NVIDIA cards. So hopefully that will fix your issue as well. So you could try to beat a 3 if you haven't already. So that came out today. That might already fix it. But yeah, so let's put some hands on here. We're going to change the hands later on, but I'm just going to use those for now so that we can at least see whether things are tracking properly. I'm going to do the same old, just place them somewhere where it makes sense for just for visibility's sake, but obviously this is going to be tracked, so it doesn't really matter. And now we need to do enable children so that we can see our details, and then on the skeleton we need to do a XR hand modifier, and that is the hand modifier for left. Oh, that's already on the left. That's automatically done. That's pretty cool. Don't know if this one is also going to be like that, but let's see. No, it's just automatically on left, so this one needs to go to right. And in theory, that should give us a start. So, set as main screen. Let's go and see whether this actually does something. Whoa, that opens up really big. Can I resize that? Of course not. So bear with me for a sec. While this does something. The pseudo VR things, we have some support for those, but not really. It's there's not many OpenXR things that do stuff with cardboard. But we do have the mobile VR thing you can kind of do it with, but not really so much. Why did that reset? I guess my let me quickly go. Where's Hub? Why did you not stay on? That's the only downside of that proximity sensor thing, is that it doesn't always do what we want. Oh, what's this? Allow. There we go. Okay, so we do have our hands, but as we can see, we're not actually in AR mode, so it actually has turned that off. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so indeed, and I think that is a reason or an issue with, again, we're simulating the alpha mode, so it's not actually starting in the alpha mode, which means that we just need to add that in here. So we are on our OpenXR interface. I believe that all we need to do is blend environment blend mode is alpha, because at this point in time, because we're now initialized, we have found out that we don't natively support that. We're doing the emulated support. At this time, it should be able to do that. All right, so let's see if now we can actually get that working properly. So it means that obviously I need that one. You're waiting. We're still in the thing. We're still booting up our. There we go. Boom. So Now we can see that Godot is running. My hand is nicely on top of my real hand. And hello, I can move around, and Passthrough is still working. So that is really cool. Sweet. So that's step 1. All right, let's go and quit. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, Woven, and if it doesn't fix it yet for you, then there's obviously another problem. So please don't hesitate to create an issue in GitHub and say, like, hey, this is not working for me, so that we can actually look into it. Yeah, well, the whole cardboard thing, it was fun when it lasted, but it's not really good. So and these days, if you are on a budget, getting a second-hand Quest 2 is not hard. Well, depending a bit on where you live, obviously, but yeah, the hand tracking has been working for a while yet. It's just knowing how to set it up properly is a bit of a pain. It's one of the things where OpenXR made some weird choices in how they want the things to work. So and we'll see with this. I'm not sure what direction I'm going to take with this project. Whether we're going to use the action map for interactions, in which case we need some more logic here. But actually, I want that to visualize. So yeah, the other thing that I really want to do. Dan, are you still up? Are you still in chat? Do you have where do you have your little handshake? Did we put that into OpenXR tools, didn't we? Okay, let me see if I can seal that out of XR tools. So let's go have a look. Where's XR tools? Assets. So yeah, I am looking here. XR tools, add-ons, XR tools, maybe enhance, materials. So no, it wasn't the ghost hands one. It was a different one. Dan, what is your material again? Oh, maybe it's in here. Nope, those are just a standard one, so it has to be in hand somewhere. The hand shader should be in tools one. Yeah, exactly. So which one was it again? No, it's not in those. I think it's this one then. Because Ghost Hand was just a transparent one. That wasn't the one that I wanted. God. Know your own thing. No, that's just some those things. Oh, maybe you put it in the demo. Maybe it's in a demo somewhere. Yeah, you can't remember either. You. No, I think I think it was in the add-on itself. Any effects? Any examples? No. Oh, you do think it's in the demo? Is it in a specific scene in the demo? Oh, it would be in here then, I think. It's not around. Yeah, you can get used to it, but not everybody can. It's motion sickness is really one of those Yeah, difficult things. I can't find it. Where would I place that? No. Player, no. Maybe in the vendors plugin? Oh, that's possible. In that case, we should already... Why doesn't this one work? There we go. Would it be in the vendors plugin itself? Or no, it would then be the demo of the vendors plugin, wouldn't it? Okay, hold on. So, next to our vendors. Would it be the normal demo? Yeah, there we go. All right, we have an outline shader and we have a silhouette shader. Which one of the two should I be using? Okay, let's see if we can just copy this out. And into here. Okay. All right, so let's go and center on this little guy. That's our right head. All right, let's look. Where are you? Young cat. Fix dependencies. You are now in here. So this is the hand outline. This is the hand silhouette. Okay. Boom, boom. Open. Okay, that should be our material. So we probably just need to put that material in here. Does that become an overwrite material? Geometry. See, that works. Yeah, look at that. How cool is that? Oh, sweet. All right, gonna do the same thing on the other hand. Geometry. Wink. Sweet. Okay, let's see how that looks on the quests. It's still starting. So, go on. This is the bit that I really hate about using the quest. It takes so long. Okay, so that all should have been transparent. So did I forget to set something up, Dan? Or should I use it as a different one? Should happen towards the wrist instead of... Oh! Hold on, let me read up on that. That's possible that this might be a direction thing. Though in the end, it's the same skeleton that we're using, so... Oh, yeah. Okay. See if I can make sense of your shader. Haha. So... Oh, okay. So this probably will be X. Or is it what? Z? Okay. I think it would be the other way around then, right? No, that didn't work. Well. Okay, hang on. Let's see if I can figure out what you're actually doing here. Oh, now we're going in that direction. So the direction is still fine. So y was... Okay, then you're going to have to help me how this is supposed to be working. Oh yeah, that might work. Okay. Well, the other thing that I wonder is if the size of this is actually compatible. Is there any scaling in this? I don't think so. No. Oh, that's good. So it's not that. Okay, so vertex position minus fade offset. Oops. Okay. Which one are we testing? Oh, we're doing the right one. Well, we're getting a fade offset from the right side. Yeah, but if I do it all the way to 0, I only get a little bit. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. So Zend times -1. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Now it's starting to look like the way that we want it to. Okay. And obviously we want to do the same thing here. Oh. Oh yeah, because I don't have this as unique materials. I'm using the same material. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it'll do. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect anyway. It's just to get something that looks nice. All right, let's see how that looks inside of the headset. That's more important. Come on, cable. Oh, my battery is dropping fast. Come on. Load it up. There we go. Okay. All right, so I can see it, but it's really faint now. So I think that's because in the editor, okay. Because of course in the editor we have a black background, so the effect is way more. So maybe we've overdone it a little bit. So let's put that back to our defaults. Go back to our default on that one as well. Let's run it again. Let's see what happens. Oops. Yeah, exactly. So I'm put it back to the default values and hope that that actually gives us something nice. This is trippy. Okay. All right. So now it's completely black. I still wonder if we are using, because you can see that it's fading really weird on the thumb. So I wonder if we're still. This is really strange. I wonder if. Oh, cool! Can't wait to try it out. Hold on. Don't forget to quit. All right. This is really weird. I'm wondering if we shouldn't have actually left it at. Oops, why? Because that's how it looks in camera right now. No, we are, but you know, we're obviously using the skeleton on the as it is on the meta. Then again, you are using the vertex input, which is before any any adjustments are done. Well, let's just see what that does if I do it, if I go back to that. Because now I still have the -1 in there so that it reverses it. No, I'm not using the meta mesh. I haven't even enabled that. So definitely using my mesh. But there might be something that is going on that's weird. Nope, hold on. Yep. Okay, so now we got the fade reversed. Yeah, I actually think that probably it was working in headset, but it wasn't working properly in the. That is so weird. Okay, let's return it back to the way that it was. Boom, and on this one as well. Boom. So now it's back to where we started. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that it's flipped around. So I've got no idea what's going on there. But what I find important is whether it actually works properly in game. All right, come on, start up. And I don't really want to. Okay, so the outline is okay now. It's just that it now becomes all blue on this side instead of going more towards transparent. But the direction is good. So except for this being blue, I'm yeah, really weird. I don't know why it's behaving the way that it is, but that said, this is pretty close to what it should be doing. Is that something that's no? Okay, fade offset. Keep that the way that is. All right. Well, I'm going to accept the whatever way it is because I don't really want to waste time on this too much. So let's just see where it goes. Okay, so we got a slightly smaller blue area now. I don't want the blue at all. I just wanted to go for black to transparent. And then the blue outline is pretty cool. Oh, keep forgetting. I'll drain my battery if I don't quit this out. Yeah, that was already on 28. So, okay, that's the outline. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, that's already like that. Okay, cool. So that just does the outline. So what color? It's black. Oh, the blue is probably then coming from this. Alright, so if I would do, let's just get a whole blue hand, right? How do you control that? Oh, you are just making this slightly bigger. Right. Yeah, and that's obviously because we've only adjusted the fade offset here. We haven't actually adjusted it here. So we probably need to make this, oops, the same as that one. Oops, why is it not doing what I wanted to do? There we go. And then probably this one needs to be the same as well. With everything matching. Let's see what that does. There we go. Come on. Start up. We're wasting time. Oh. Yeah, that'll do. I'm wondering if I should do a different shader. I do find it indeed very intriguing that, oops, getting, that it's in a different direction in here than it is on the, in headset, because the vertex should be whatever the vertex is. That makes no sense. All right, I just want to try something for myself because I love playing around with these sort of things. So, shader, let's create a new folder for this. Say materials, boom, and yeah, I definitely will upload this in a bit. Hold on, I don't want to. No. Yes, I'm gonna do that. Ha ha ha. Materials, and we're going to go to outline shader. You know, sometimes it's more fun to do something with the with this thing. Cool. I wish there was a way to make this section just bigger. And to just quickly make this. Well, actually, that's something I can do like that. That's cool. So, out. So, yep. Is that our, yeah, that's our normal input, I think. Boom. I want the result to go into alpha. I need my view matrix as well for this. View matrix. I wonder if I why is view default? Actually, it's taking the view anyway, so it says that it's using the default one, so I'm actually kind of happy with that. Now, let's play. You go in there. You go in there. You go in there. Cool. That's just a power of two thingy. Oh, hey, Fortune's favorite. Always nice to see a new face. Yeah, no, Benjay, it's because I've got the cast running all the time that it is draining a bit fast, but let's let it run out if it runs out. Oh, obviously, I can keep turning this off, but it's just annoyed if I need to put it back on every time. And it's, you know, it'll last for at least an hour more. And obviously, I also want to get to bed at some point in time. So that's that. Now I also want to do the same sort of hold on. Parameter for vortex. Okay, so vortex. Perfect. So good. That should just be the same, right? Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to. How do I create here? Manage varyings. Add varying. Vertex fragment. Very good. That's going to be a fact3. Yes. Varying setter. And that one. There we go. So basically, in part, recreating what you already created, Dan. Would make it a little bit bigger than a tennis ball. I think about the size of a Quest headset, I would say. All right. Variant getter. There we go. That's over to local. Actually, let's do that differently. Go away. Remove him. Fade. Because we can actually do that here by simply doing a cool. Fade. Deconstruct. Decompose. Vector decompose. Thank you. Dunk. Okay. So we were using Y. Okay. We're in getter. Fade. Get those inputs and we'll do the offset later. I just want to see first if it works. Multiply a U with U with U. Go over there. Oh. Okay. That's a good one. We do need to do some multiplications on that. Because obviously this thing is only about 10 centimeters big. So that's going to be... because if you look at euros, you could fade offset, the add-in. Okay, so I need to actually reproduce that in here. Okay, that can just go there. You go way over there. You go way over there, and it's a room. At node. What's that called? No, it's not uniform. Okay. No, that's just a normal built-in one. Uniform? No. Come on. Variables. There we go. Float parameters. That's what I needed. Default value 0.5. Add. No, not vector. Scalar add. 4. Dunk. Oops. Come on. There we go. It's a bit fidgety, this interface. Now we want another float parameter. And that's going to, oh, that's, so that's offset, fade, offset, fade, strength, whatever. With the defaults, let's make that 10. And then we do a divide. There we go. So now we take that one and we oh no, actually I want that to be a multiply. Multiply U by U. And now we want to clamp. U. Perfect. Blank. Okay, so we're likely not going to really see what that does because, again, the order of this is wrong. But let's see how that works in game. So one of our hands should now be that. Ready. Let's see what that does. Whether that's closer to what I am hoping for. All right. It just doesn't fit well enough on the hand, does it? So in that way, Dan, yours is nicer because you just obscure most of the hand. That said, my extra fade doesn't really do much. I think I'm just going to stick with yours. It was nice to experiment with it a bit, but I'm wasting way too much time on it. I don't really like what it looks like. So, all good. So clear that one. File. There we go. Oh, well, it was fun experimenting with that a little bit. And then yeah, I'll check this in later so you can play around with that some more and see if you can make it look good. But for now, I think that just does well enough. All right, so let's go and look into this whole scene stuff. So let's go and have a look at the scene manager. There we go. Okay. Yeah, no, that is very true, Dan. That is very true. Add the scene manager to your project. Add the OpenXR scene manager as a child of the XR origin node. Okay, let's do that. No, it's just a normal node. So OpenXR FB scene manager. That's the one. Cool. Let's go over the different options of the scene manager. The default scene will be instantiated by the scene manager for any type of spatial entity, walls, doors, And the setup scene method will be called on the created instance. The name of the method that will be called can be set using the scene setup method property. Okay. The auto create option will automatically create any reference scenes when the OpenXR session starts. Alternatively, the create scene anchors method can be manually called to trigger this creation of the scenes. All right. So we probably just want to keep it to auto create. And that's already set like that. Okay, cool. Next, head over to the export settings and make sure that the meta XR settings use anchor. Okay, so we also need to enable the use anchor one. We only enabled the use scene API. So boom, there we go. Our collective term for any object has been mapped by the user in their space. These can be walls, doors, tables, plants, or many other things. Okay. First, create a new scene with the type static body and add a excuse me, a label 3D to it. The scene should look like this. Boom. Next, add a script. Okay, so let's start with that. Scene, new scene, the node static body. There we go. And we're going to call that scene anchor. And we're going to add a label 3D to that one. Label. Thank you. All right. I'm going to go and save that. Make a special scene manager. Scene anchor. Boom. Okay. That needs to get a script. And we're just going to copy paste that script. Boom. Okay. So we're probably just going to see everything that it's scanned. And it's going to go and give it names. Okay, cool. This script will create a new collision shape and mesh instance for the static body 3D using the create collision shape, and create mesh instance methods. Both functions return a new node that can be added to the scene. Alternatively, you can use get triangle mesh function to get the mesh data and create your own mesh instance and collision shape. Okay. Additionally, the get semantic labels function returns a list of labels that are associated with a spatial entity. Okay, global mesh. Global mesh is created by the headset when you scan your space with the depth sensor using the scene capture process. The global mesh can be used for letting physics objects collide with the real world or to occlude virtual objects behind static physical objects. Yeah. The process of creating the template scene for the global mesh is the same as for any other spatial entity. Requesting a scene capture in case the scene space hasn't been set up yet. You can use the request scene capture method to request a scene capture. The app will be paused and the user will scan the room. Okay, so that's if you don't have the automatic stuff. But we're going to assume we do quest 3 stuff. All right, let's just see what it does. Oh, why not? I'll just create. Hang on for a sec. Actually, I'll just move that off screen for a sec. I'll just give you access to that then. Repository, new, test projects. So I'm gonna make that private for now. Great, because I don't really want to do the whole setup thing just yet. Games. Okay, so good out toy, boom. Get it. Oh, that's already done. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Set settings. Moderators. I need to just one of those dumb. Which one are you? Oh, I've got so many of these apps. So annoying. There we go. Okay, add. Okay, hope that's the right one. All right, sorry about that, everybody. I just need to quickly get that set up. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Why is that suddenly in there? What was I? Oh yeah, I wanted to test this. That's fun. So, yeah, let's just see what this does. I have no idea how much this already does here. Okay. Okay, so we have this. We don't have anything for our scene yet, so probably we need to do something more. It was still running. Okay, that's why. But still, we don't have any changes in our scene. So, do we need to do more of this? Because we got that, we got that. Oh, why are you now suddenly on Passthrough? There we go. That was the one that we were reading. Different options. The default scene will be instantiated by the scene manager for any type of we call the name of the Okay, what a create option will create. Scene anchors method can be manually triggered to create scenes. The scenes section in the options allows you to individual assign a scene to be a kind of spatial entity. Oh, that's what we forgot. Haha. Of course, we need to go and set our scene anchor scene. We didn't have a scene to create. Okay. So we have all these as additional things that we can create. Oh, that's pretty cool. So this is where we could put the global mesh. Because I might end up using the global mesh for this thing, but we'll see. I just want to see if this now does something more like we expect it to do. There we go. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I just want to do this. Hello. Oh, need to switch over. So, no, that's still not doing more than I hoped for. Quit. Oof. Okay. Okay. Is this also doing it? Yep. So it's visible, it's auto creating. We've got our scenes. Labels, label 3D, that's the way that we set it up. Yeah, it doesn't have a collision shape yet because that's what it's going to end up creating. Add child. What are we not doing here? Or do I need to run a whole setup for my I got too many windows open. Okay, so next, head over to export settings and make sure we've done that. Then creating spatial entities. First, create a new scene with the type static body. Scene should look at this. Boom, we've done that. This scene will create a new collision shape and mesh instance for the static body 3 using that and that, respectively. Both functions return a new node that can be added to the scene. Alternatively, you can use the get triangle mesh function to get mesh data. Yeah. No mesh is created by the headset when you scan your space with the depth sensor. And that's really the only thing that I've currently done. So in case the space hasn't been set up yet, you can use request scene capture method to request a scene capture. So how do I know if it is actually done? So what do we have here? Ready. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can put that into our main scene. Why not? So main. Actually, we go through start VR. So I've set everything up. Now we're probably going to just create that on our main thing, just like we do here. So we have an unready var here, but we need to adjust that to XR origin. Yep. And then we obviously want to connect those to signals. Actually, is there a reason to do that already and not just do that straight away from here? I like that better. Hold on. So we want to connect to scene data missing. Yeah, it connects. There we go. On main, that's good. And we're going to call it on scene data missing. And that does a request capture. There we go. And then the other one that we need to do is capture complete. On scene capture. Complete. Complete or completed? Completed. There we go. And then we do those two. Okay. Really? Really, really? Interesting that it did that right for the first one. Happy now? Happy now. All right, let's see if that makes a difference. All right. Set up your what? Switch to controllers. Okay, I need to do this with controllers. Very well. Continue. Start scanning. Keep moving around your room. Okay, so I'm going to have to stand up for a sec. That does look pretty cool. This is going to be annoying with my cable being way too short. The chair is moving, so go. All right. It says that it's happy. It has scanned my room. Okay. No, I'm happy with that. Switch space is this. Living room, why not? I'm just going to do complete it for now. I don't really want it to be more than that. Whoa! Okay, we've got our things, but yeah, that's a little bit too much. Okay, good. So now that we have all that, I actually, sorry. Oh, I actually only want my Oh, I didn't even know that I could do that with Control I. It would have been nice if it actually had that as a suggestion while I was doing that. That's really nice. There we go. So that's pretty cool that it does now at least do that scan. And obviously it went a little bit crazy because we got a screen here and stuff like that. And probably I didn't walk around really enough to really make a good scan, but it will do for the time being. Okay. So the thing is, right now we are using, where are we on this? So right now we're basically doing this. Just that we had some things really close up, and instead of doing a wireframe sort of thing, I've got the full mesh. However, I don't actually want to use this for that. I actually want to go through the global thing because I'm really only caring about flat space that we are using. So I wonder, we can just test this. I'm actually also going to go and do visible collision shapes so we can see what we're doing collision wise. I'm wondering if we clear this and instead just assign that to the global mesh. If we then only get the global mesh scene, because that's really what I want to work with. So let's see what that does. Okay. Ooh, that is really cool. All right, I don't care about the label, but this is exactly what I wanted. So I have a nice sort of mesh that gives me some flat spaces that I can use. That is really good. So headset battery is low. Okay, so we are going to have to charge that up in a minute. I was afraid that was going to happen. Great. So we're going to go and turn this bit off for a sec. So I guess we're going to have to build a little bit blind while my headset charges. Luckily I got a fast charger, so hopefully we'll get enough juice for what it is that we're doing right now. Where's my hub? No, I do not want to be casting anymore. That's good. That's all not connected anymore. Very good. Boom. Okay, so I am, well, that should go into sleep mode in a minute. All right, let that charge for a bit. In the meantime, we're going to prepare this a little bit differently. Scene anchor. So I'm probably going to actually rename that. I'm going to go close a few things for a sec. So we're actually going to make that rename global mesh. I'm going to rename this guy to global mesh. Does mean that our little thingy only will work when using a Quest 3. It will not work on anything else, but that's fine. All right, so now it's going to get really interesting to see if I can actually do what I want to do. So first of all, I actually don't care about this label. Thank you. So I actually don't care about the label. I don't care about you. I don't care about you. I do want the collision shape. That's perfect. I really need that. Oh, very cool, Dan. Very cool. We're going to create our mesh instance, but we're going to change our mesh instance. Because that is going to be created with a default material. And we want to create our own material. Hey man, how you going? Welcome, welcome. So the collision shape we're going to leave as is. We're going to have a mesh instance created. And yeah, so that already sets up our environment. Hey, Sybil Craig, how you going? Long time no see, mate. How are you? How's the... Do you still stream? I haven't seen you streaming for a while. It's been a little bit boring since Dapper stopped streaming. Really should run some games again. Okay, so we're gonna change our mesh instance. We're gonna change the material that we want to use there. So I'm just gonna add a mesh instance node here, just as a helper. So here we want to do mesh instance dot material override. We're gonna override that with our material, which doesn't exist yet. So we're going to go and create an export var here for material. And is that good enough? I'm not sure. So we don't need you anymore. That was just for helping. Oh, that's a little bit too basic. That is RM. No, I'm just going to change that to just normal material. That means that we can create a little bit more than we want, but so be it. I need to make a manual material there. So we're going to create a shader material here. And we're going to create a new shader for this. No, I don't want a visual shader in this case. I just want a normal shader in this case. Boom. Materials. I can probably delete that in a minute. This is going to be global mesh shader. Why not? Create. All right. So that's going to be shader type spatial. Is that a special type? Shadow. Oh, it's a render mode. Haha. Render mode. Shadow. Nasty. Well, BM, that's you know, you'll get there in the end. We're doing some, you know, some nifty things here, although half of the stuff that I'm doing is just following what has been prepared already. So we don't care about you. Don't care about you. I'm actually going to make it unshaded for now. There we go. So we're going to make it completely transparent. And that's maybe really weird. Why am I making material completely transparent? I'm going to make that black. Albedo. There we go. All right. So we've got a completely transparent object or material, but we're setting shadow to opacity to on. And that means that we're rendering our whole mesh, and we're actually filling our depth buffer. So now suddenly we can get into a situation where we occlude stuff. Unfortunately, we can't show this yet because obviously my headset is charging. How's it saying for power That's going to take a while to do. Can I go? Okay, I think I've turned it to sleep. Hopefully it'll charge a bit faster that way. All right. Let's go back to our main scene. Okay. So I think I am going to be going through the action map for being able to pick up stuff. So we're going to create a new action. I'm going to do a grip pose action. That needs to be a pose. And we're going to add a grip input to this. Or actually, I'm going to call that grab. That stays afloat. Okay. And then for profile, because we're using the quests, we are actually going to use the Microsoft hand interaction profile. Yay! And on the grip rows, we're going to set our grip rows on both hands. And pinch, palm, pause, squeeze. That is going to be our grab. There we go. Grab. All right. So the thing is, we set this up as hand tracking. So we've got a left hand tracking node and a right hand tracking node, but they actually work completely independent of the action system of OpenXR. One of my pet peeves when it comes to OpenXR, but that's just the way that it's been designed. So we could do, and Malcolm has a really nice library for this, we could do gesture recognition on our hands. And depending on the hand poses, define whether we're picking something up or doing something else. That's one way that we can go for it. And maybe that is something that I should change over to this. I don't know. But seeing that on the Quest, the hand interaction extension does work, I'm going to go through that. And that means that we're going to need an extra set of these, but then using our XR controller node. So we're going to make that a left hand controller, and we can make a right hand controller. There we go, you and you. I just want to have them at the top. I'm going to move you to the top a bit. There we go. Excuse me. Yeah, the GScript is not performant in any way, shape, or form compared to C++. But when you look at the sort of code that we're writing here, it doesn't really have to be. So yeah, so this goes on the left hand. That should go grip. That gets renamed to grip pose. So that should actually be using our grip pose action here. We're again going to do show when tracked only. We're going to do the same for the right hand. Onto the grip pose, we're going to show only, and what I'm going to just do for now is, and we're going to delete this eventually, but I'm going to create a little sphere for this. Where are you, sphere? It needs to be much smaller. There we go, so 1 centimeter. I'm going to go and duplicate you and put you over there. Then I'm going to go and position these at our standard positions. There we go. So we have a, oops. No, I want it there. Just one there. Thank you. So yeah, there's a little bowl on our grip pose. Which is the same thing here. You need to be, yep, that's right. Okay. And the ball is just so that we can verify that it's doing it. And seeing our hand is transparent, that should work. Well, BM, the thing that you need to keep in mind when it comes to GGScript is it might not be the fastest language, but you're writing relatively simple code that doesn't really need to be that fast. But the thing, of course, is that in actually creating a game, if you would have to write all the code that we're currently writing in GGScript in C and do all your memory management and everything that comes with the complexity of writing something in C or C++, and the fact that you have to compile it, you look at how long it already takes to deploy something to the headset, add another minute or two of compile time. And yeah, you might be faster in language, but you're not faster in building your game. And if the language isn't your bottleneck, and for most of the stuff that we're doing here, the fact that GDScript is slightly slower is not going to impact the frame rate of this game whatsoever. To be exact, it's executing that while almost everything is being done in parallel with rendering the current frame. So unless you actually get into a bottleneck with your scripting language, what GDScript saves you in time of development far outweighs the fact that it's a slightly slower language than anything else. Valhammer, exactly. And there are plenty of examples where GDScript is not a good fit. If you go and import a really big mesh and you want to add some code that does some modification on that mesh, you do not want to do that in GDScript. It'll be busy for half an hour processing. That's something that you want to do in C++. But that's not generally what you use GDScript for. The stuff that we use GDScript for, it really doesn't need to be. Okay. Where were we? So yeah, so we now have this one on there, this one on there. So that's now positioned by the grip pose. But it also means that we can now start reacting on grabbing stuff. So let's actually change this up a slight bit and go and save this. And we're going to say make a folder, a rig and controller. There we go. That means that actually I'm going to delete you, duplicate you. You're going to go on right hand. For some reason that always screws up, and that's a problem. I think that will keep screwing up now. But if it does, then that is something that we will deal with. Let's actually verify that. Yeah, that keeps resetting. That's a bug that we still haven't fixed. You know what? I'm just going to go and rename that to, I think that needs to be called default pose. I could be wrong about that. It might just need to be default. We shall see. And you go to default as well. Actually, I want to have that over here. Default. Actually, what if I do it like that? Save. Left hand, right hand, and now they're all on defaults. I really want to read. Does that need to be underscore pose or not? Well, we'll find out when we start running it. Hey, Simon, how you going? Well, you know, yeah, there's plenty to watch on my channel and plenty to catch up on, but you don't have to watch them all. Obviously, you can if you want to, but right, how are you doing? Wow, why is that still saying that it's hardly charged? Okay, what are you saying? 18%. That's nothing. Why are you not charging? Where's my cables? No. Why are you not charging, dude? All right. Well, it says that it's charging because it has a little charging light on thingy on it, but yeah, that might help actually. All right. Well, see how far we can get before we really need to get testing back on the headset and hope that it lasts enough. But that might be the thing that will tell us when our stream needs to end. Anyway, so the thing that I want to do next is I want to create something that we can actually pick something up and put it somewhere else. We now have our, and I hope that it remembers everything, but we now have our area as a big, you know, our working space is a big collision space. So we should be able to grab some things and put them in place and have them fall onto the environment. And then we can start doing something fun with the stuff that Dan is preparing. So we'll see if we can actually get. Well, we're gonna put our Godot plushie into the game, and we're gonna have some fun with the Godot plushie. So we'll see what we can do there. So we got that set up. We got that set up. Obviously, I need to be able to grab things. And the other thing is, of course, that we will want to wait with things interacting with the environment until we actually have the environment, or it'll just fall through the floor. That's going to be really interesting as well. All right. How's my sound, by the way? Because my my OBS keeps complaining that it goes all the way in the red. I really don't get how OBS is saying that I'm getting maximum volume for everything, and it doesn't sound loud enough on stream. It's annoying me a little bit that it's being difficult with that. But yeah, what do you do, right? I wonder if I've got something in my stream settings that is wrong. Anyway, okay. So let me have a quick peek on how I've done that in this, because oh, that's the wrong one. Oops. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just looking on the other side of my screen at the moment. Yeah, because I've got that as a separate thing here. And I wonder if I should do that the same with my hand controller or not. That's right, because you're just a subscene. Actually, I'm going to do this differently, guys. I'm very sorry. I am going to take those out. Where's my player rig? I'm actually going to take that out. Oh, you hadn't saved yet. It's a miracle that it allowed me to do that. You're going to go out for just a second. I am going to go and save this as my player rig scene. So that's now in a separate scene. Boom. However, I'm going to, oh no, I don't need to do that. I'm now going to go and put that over there. So my scene manager is in my main scene, but I got my player nicely set out here. Here we got our different things. I'm going to rename you back to grip pose because I like that better. So we're just going to redo what we already did before and get our controllers, because the thing that I actually, didn't want to do is have that as a subscene, because we might change the way that that works at some points. But for now, that is fine. And right hand controller. So let's go and set that up. That is right hand grip. That's going to be left hand grip. Save. Okay. Left hand, right hand. Okay. Show and tracker. Show and tracker. Let's get our test mesh back in place. So I'm just retracing my steps that I did before. Here. Test, and now obviously put them back into place. Oh yeah, because I accidentally put that on the. Okay. Oh well. Luckily it was still in the same place. Okay. Oops. 5. Let's for the same with this one. 5 1 0.5. Okay. Yeah, but C# has got really poor memory management with the garbage collector and stuff like that. It's you really want to do a language like that, check out Swift. Swift is way better. Oh, I made those way bigger than before. Let's make them a little bit smaller. Okay, so the thing that we're going to create now is something that allows us to detect when an object gets near our hand and near enough so that we can actually pick it up. So for that, we're going to go create a area. There we go. Wrap detector. Boom. And I am going to save that as a separate scene. There we go. And that's the one that we're going to go set up. So we need a collision shape for that. That can become a sphere shape. There we go. We want that way closer. Don't want that so big. And there we go. We now have a sphere around our hand that we can use to grab stuff with. Cool. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. So you guys are very busy tonight, which is really cool. Thanks, everybody. It's nice to see the chat so active today. Yeah, Objective-C was really weird. I did that for a couple of years as well. It was really interesting to do stuff with it. But, you know, I do like the way that memory management is handled in Swift with relatively proper. What does I want to say? Can't think. Relatively proper reference scouting and everything like that. But yeah, I do like Swift. I haven't done much with Swift, other than just very cursory things. But I do think it's a better language than C#. Oh no, BM. There's a lot of people who really want the asset marketplace, and it is something that's been on the radar of the foundation for a long time. It's actually one of the reasons why we branched out into our own organization instead of how we were structured before, to allow us to do that sort of thing. It's just doing it right is not easy. There's a lot of marketplaces out there that have popped up that they're not doing it right. They're not playing by all the laws and the rules and all that sort of jazz, and they can get into big problems as a result, especially if people start uploading stuff to their marketplaces that are not theirs, that are under copyright or things like that. So, and the other thing, of course, is that for the foundation, we have to make sure that we play by the rules of a charity. So, but yeah, it is something that is definitely wanted. A lot of people have asked for, and hopefully will one day eventuate as a thing. So, yeah. Why is this all? Don't know why. Okay, so we have those two in place. We have our things. So obviously, I want my grab detector there as well. So all that we're doing here, and I'm not really bothering too much with physics layers and stuff like that because we're keeping a fairly simple application here. So we just have an area with a collision shape, which means that whenever an object gets within our area, we know that it's in there. So we can start reacting to things. We're going to have a script on this. Excuse me. And obviously, we are going to assume that we are part of an XR controller node so that we can interact with that. So we can simply say an unready var here, XR controller 3D is get parent. Boom. So we're just going to assign that one. Obviously, if our parent isn't, then that's going to fail. So we do need to make sure that we always check that. So let me go and check some things that I'm going to go and steal. I'm not going to really care about that. Sorry, I'm just thinking about what I want to keep from this. So I'm just looking at my example code that I wrote before. So, because this also has the code for checking who is closest. So yeah, we want to know 3 things. Oh, we need to create a class for that first. How do we do that smartest, especially once... Yeah, so let's create a scene for that, or at least a script for that. But I want to change this slightly how I've done it in XR Tools. All right. Let's start with just creating an object here that we can actually pick up. So let's create a new scene. And I'm going to make that a rigid body. And we're going to add a mesh instance to this. And this is going to be a box mesh. We're not going to make it this big. We want it a bit smaller. There we go. That also means that I want to have a collision shape. And I'm going to make that the same size. So box. Make it the same size. There we go. Let's not have such a big margin. Okay. Go. Let's give this a material just so we can see it. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Give it a bit of color. I don't know. Nice green box. There we go. Cool. We have ourselves a box. Call your box. Save. And I'm just going to save that guy just in the root, so just that we have that there. Okay, cool. I'm going to add a script. But that script is... Yeah, let's just keep that in there. I really should put that something somewhere else, but... we call that a pickable object. We can pick this guy up. Great. However, I don't actually want to make that a rigid body. I actually want to make that a physics body. Because that way I can go and... Oops. Put that on many things. There we go. Cool. And I'm going to give it a class name. Pickable object. I'm not going to add any more logic in there. Just making sure that we have our class ready to go. Okay. Now, what is the other thing that we want to make sure here? Oh, cool. All right, hang on. I am going to go. So just push that to a new PR, Dan. You'll actually be able to see that. Yeah. Oh, you did that directly to the scene. So let's see if I can pull that without any problems. Oh. Okay, I was happy to do that. Cool. Okay, I'm just going to go just so that we all are on the same bit. Okay, so all right, cool. Plushie. So a quick look at the plushie. So is that already in the scene, or is it just a GLB right now? Hello, plushie. Oh, why am I not seeing the materials? Well, we're going to have a look at that in a minute. Okay. you. I'm gonna have to leave a friend up from the airport. We'll finish the other animation when I get home. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good that you directly push in the repo. Just had to know. Oh, the plushie is in the root. Okay. There we go. Hello, plushie. It's so cute. So this is, what's his name again? Friends plushie that he made. But we added some animations, or Dan added some animations to this. So, oh, why did it have a whole bunch of... Couldn't resolve track roots. This warning can be disabled in front. Okay. So it's having a problem, Dan, on the animations for some reason. Oh, animation in the... Yeah. Well, I opened up the animation player, so... Don't know why. Can resolve roots. Why not? Why is that? And where's my stop button? Oh, here. So it looks like it has all the animation things, but for some reason it's just not happy. Yeah. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Dan, if you need to pick up your friend from the airport, you know, I probably won't be able to really do anything with the plushie until tomorrow morning anyway, because it's past midnight here, so I'm not even going to make it too long tonight right now. Anyway, I just want to get it to a point where I can pick up my boxes and that the boxes don't fall through the floor when we're not ready. Visual back to root. Oh, hold on. Okay, let's try that. This one needs to be root, like that. Okay. Probably I need to reload it then. You gotta work now. I'm guessing that I already screwed it up. Or root low. Okay, so okay. Oh yeah, now it moves. If you actually just made that change on here, I'm going to. Oh no, you did not do it on it. Okay, cool. So I can push that in. And by the way, I committed a bunch of my changes as well. So if you want to do anything else, either make sure that you do it through a PR workflow, or make sure you pull first. So that's the idle animation. Cool. T-pose. That's just T-pose. Okay. Walk. That's so cute. The other thing is, why is it not centered? I think we should be able to just do that without any worries. No, it's still pretty happy. You did a good job there. It's freaking cute. Okay, cool. And then idle. Okay, save. So yeah, we can put it on their controller later. Cool. Sweet. Okay. So let's drop one of our boxes in. Oh, I didn't want to press plus. I want to close that. Okay. So the problem that we're having is we can put the box over here, for instance, because we obviously don't know anything about our room, and that's just going to drop down and fall on whatever it is. But because at startup we don't have our collision system yet, it's just going to go and fall through the floor and sort of go like, I'm not happy. So yeah, that's something. So one thing that we can do is we can pause. What's the difference between inherent pauses? Everything should be pausable by default, I think. Okay, so this pauses the process, and I'm assuming also the physics for this thing if our game is paused. Because that's the thing that I'm thinking about doing, although there is already pause logic in my start VR script, I think. Yeah, I'm already doing process mode. Oh, but I'm doing that on that thing itself. Okay, that means that I actually want to make this start. Okay, it's happy about that. That means that I don't need you. Okay, cool. So yeah, now we have a start VR logic just on the root, and we're. So I kind of like the script to be the same for all my projects. And that means that my main node gets paused automatically depending on focus loss. However, that is not going to help us if we have additional things on which we want to pause stuff. Or is there another way that I want to deal with this? Because the other option that we have is that we freeze it just at the beginning. So this is a missing and completed. Because obviously on completed we want to go and do stuff. This is where I need to think about. That's already anchor created. Do we have a way to check? Search open XR scene, FB scene, move, manager. Autocorrect, default scene setup method, visible. Okay, so we have an R scene, anchors created. Is called for the open XR session has begun. It's true. No scene can be found. Depending on your application, this may be a good time to initiate scene capture process via request scene capture. Overall, create scene anchors when OpenXR session starts. Cool. That's for each one. I want to know when it's finished. When it's done everything. Okay. We're going to solve this differently, actually. Because we have one way of doing this, which is a little bit evil, I guess. But we're obviously going to create our global mesh. So once this is done, we can do something. The problem here is the only way we can really do this is by being ugly, which I hate. Because this can't emit a signal to then be something that we react on. So we're going to have to create some sort of signal broker for this. Oh, I don't think AI is going to replace everyone, but it definitely will make things harder. Okay. Oh, actually, that signal that it says about C node. All right. You know what? We're going to actually react on this one. Boom. Great. Okay. That also means that we're going to go and give this a nice class name. Class name is global mesh. Which now means that we can say if scene node is global mesh, we can enforce indented block. Oh, because I haven't done that yet. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, I'm just going to go and do that on box node groups. Unfreeze on start. Oh, that's changed. Okay. What's the difference between scene groups and global groups? Yeah. Oh. Delete. Yeah. Pass. Unfreeze on start. And I'm actually going to make that a global one. That's new. You're 5 months pregnant. Yeah. There you go. All right. So, that means that I actually want to do it over here. Deactivation. So that's frozen by default. And then here, No. List of group names. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Node. Add group. Groups. As a group. That's not the group. Groups can be helpful to organize a subset of nodes. Item is pickable. See notes in the description. And the group method and scene tree. Okay, boom, scene tree. Methods. No. Come on. There used to be just a get nodes in group. Here, get nodes in group. There we go. That's all. All right. And that's on the tree. So we do for nodes is get tree, get nodes in group. So no autocomplete on this one. Lovely. Unfreeze on starts for node and nodes. Actually, what was that thing that it showed? It had a nice way to signal everything. Scene tree. Call group. Calls method on each node inside this tree. Add it to the given group. Can pass arguments in method by specifying them at the end. Okay. So here I've got a problem is that we're right now for the blocks we're using a rigid body, which means that I'm unfreezing it. But for the plushie, I actually want to use a character body, which is why I made the pickable script that hey Capiro, you're very welcome indeed. And enjoy your short time here. Okay. Huh. Yeah. So call group instead. So then it becomes get tree dot call group on trees on start. Degrees. Okay. That means I can go and do a function here. Unfreeze. Unfreeze is by our main. Okay, unfreeze is called by our main script if Okay. So for now, we're just going to make it work for the box, but eventually I think we're going to start doing some we're probably going to do some subclasses of this class and implement the different logics and the different things. So here we got is self is rigid body 3D, then self dots frozen, I always forget, freeze, freeze, because that probably needs to change at some point. Why can't it be rigid body? What sort of nonsense is that? Really? Okay, extend scripts. We're gonna make that pickable rigid body. Create. So I want to make much more logic there eventually. But now we'll just do it like this. Extends pickable objects here. Has a function unfreeze. Function unfreeze is not found in base pickable object. What are you talking about? It's right there. I'll just do this. No, that just does the same problem. There is something weird in this whole. Oh, it's fine. You figured it out. I just hadn't saved it. Okay. Yeah, that's possible, I guess. Please. Extends pickable objects. Oh, because I can't do that. I can't turn it into a rigid body. So do I really need to double implement all this? Okay. Right. All right. You go close. Okay. All right. So, get body 3 is self. And this is easy. You cannot assign. That is just such a weird limitation. This is for the Gamestar Gamejam 2. If we get it finished in time, but at this rate, it's not really going very fast. Okay. I'm just going to start this direction And we might change it once we do the plushie. Or double implement it. That might be the only way to do it. Or I make my plushie a rigid body. That's probably not impossible either. It'll just be more interesting to see how we make it work. We will see. We will see. But for now, we'll deal with this. Now, obviously, it's a bit weird that we have a Boolean here that we control ourselves while we already have freeze Boolean here. But eventually, what I want to do is I want to make this set based on multiple conditions. So if this thing is still frozen, freeze is going to be true, but also when our picked up body is picked up, it's also going to be frozen. So eventually this could be false. Well, this is still true. So yeah, we will work on that once we actually have our pickup logic of it. But in theory, and we can't test this until my battery is a little bit better, but I've got a little bit more to do before we start testing again. And then hopefully our battery is good enough for us to actually pick this this little cube up. But hopefully the cube is now going to just hover in the air wherever we start. And then when the game runs, it's going to fall down. Obviously, in a situation like this, we don't actually want the cube to exist in the beginning. So maybe this is a bit of overkill that I created. I'm not sure. Although our plushie is probably going to be in our game from the start. But yeah, or we might want to find some other way to instance our plushie. We will see. We will see. So for now, we just have our cube as a test, and I want that to fall out of the air, and then I want us to have the ability to pick that up. And that is what we're going to be doing with our grab detector. So now that we have that, we can start adding some logic in here. Do I need a ready in this? I don't think I need a ready for me. And we're actually going to be doing stuff on the physics process. Actually, what we also want here is then a export var enabled. I'll make that true here, but actually we're going to in our player rig. Want this as well. Export var enabled. And I actually want to create a setter for this one. And if inside tree, we want to do a update enabled, go. We will implement that in a second. So we're also going to call that here. And we do this because our properties are actually set before we're ready. So there's a bunch of logic that we do not want to run until we are ready to run them. And we're going to leave this alone. So here we are going to want to do left-hand controller grab detector dot enabled is enabled. We're going to go and copy that. And we're going to put that also on the right-hand controller. So obviously if our player rig is disabled, and all that we're going to do there is disable the ability to interact with things, we obviously want to disable our grab detectors. Now, that means in our main, we actually want to start disabled. And then again, in our anchor created, now that we know that we have an environment to interact with, we can actually do a XR. And I actually want to rename this guy to player rig. And I really want that inside of this as well. Oops. That's just a little bit of nitpicking. We're going to enable it once our environment is ready so that we don't start doing stuff too early. All right, so that's going to then make sure that that is copied to all of those. That means our grab detector is only going to work when we want. We do want this to just keep doing stuff. We're just not going to be reacting on it unless this thing is enabled. So obviously that means if not enabled, then return. We're not going to run anything. And actually at this point in time, we can also do set physics false so that it stops running it every time, which means that now we do want a setter here. Oops. Enable is value. I mean, again, do the same thing here is inside tree. Update enabled. Why do I do that? This is not C. That means that I can define a function for that, which also means I want a... I'm getting tired, I think. Starting to make mistakes. Already function there, so there we go. And in this case, we want to do a... only want to run our physics process if our node is enabled. Cool. And this is then just a safety mechanism. And then obviously we need to implement that in a bit. All right. We need to track a few variables. And again, I am mostly basing this on my existing hand tracking demo. Let's be consistent and say that's a pickable object 3D. That can become a pickable object. Closest. Not a closeted body, it's a closest body. Picked up body is going to become pickable object 3D. And we're going to do a was picked pressed. We need that eventually as well. And that's going to be false. All right. So the first thing that we want to do in here is that we want to figure out what our closest body is. So let's write some code for that. All right. Okay, so before we implement that, we need some helper functions here. Called when we become the closest body for a grab detector. That's and is closest. No. And we're going to do a when we are no longer the closest body for a grab detector. No closest. Why is this not happy? Now it is. Just need to go through. So we're going to implement that later, but we need those in place. Okay. That also means that if we're in a situation here where we are being disabled, I'm going to actually put that in the update disabled. If not enabled and no, closest body, we're just going to do that bit because if it's picked up, we're going to stay picked up. That's fine. But here we want to make sure that closest body, remove as closest self, and then closest body is null. So that's nicely reset. So if we disable our grab detector, then we want to stop identifying as, you know, this is the closest body to us. And we're going to use that in a minute to highlight the closest body. Okay. So here we want to do a similar thing. If closest body, we want to first do a safety check. If we picked up something, then we can't have a closest body. So we're only having closest bodies if we're also able to pick that guy up, or girl, or whatever we want to say that is. All right, closest body dot remove closest self and closest body. No, so let's put a remark there. If we picked up something, we no longer track who is closest. Okay. And let's go and return at that point as well. All right. So now we're going to find out who is the closest body. Closest body. Pickable object 3D. Closest. And we're going to set this to something extremely big. There we go. Alrighty. So now what we can do is we can loop through all the bodies that we've tracked so far within our area. And here we're going to say if our body is a pickable object and not body is picked up, then we're going to do something. Now, obviously, we don't have our picked up function yet. So we also need to do that in here. We're going to do a variable for that. Actually, I want to do that nice and early on. Oh, that's just picked up. There we go. And that's not a function, that is a variable. I'm going to go and return that. So obviously, eventually we're going to have to do that better already because we're about to add that logic in. Okay. So at this point, we're going to calculate our distance between our body and our grab detector. So this becomes a body.global position, and we're going to take away our global position, and we're calling length squared. Now we're calling length squared because, you know, the Pythagoras theorem, hopefully people are familiar with that one. You know, x squared plus y squared plus z squared and then take the square root, and you get your distance. Now, the square root is a relatively expensive function, and we don't really need that because the square root of a value, if you compare that in, whether that's larger or not, is also going to be true if you work with the squared values. So we're basically going to save a little bit of time by skipping a unnecessary square root. So now we're going to see if our distance squared is smaller than our closest distance, there we go. Then we know that we've now found a body that was closer than whatever we had before. So new closest body becomes our body. And closest distance is now our distance squared that we just found. All right, cool. If we found the one that we had before, then we're just going to stop there. So if our closest body is our new closest body, then we're done. We're happy because nothing changes. But if it's changed, we have to do a couple of things. So first, we call remove is closest on the one that was closest. Now we can assign our new closest body to our new one. So in with the new. Why do I have so much space here? Boom, boom. Makes it a bit easier. Oops. And here, obviously, we're also going to check if closest body and closest body dot add is closest. So, and the reason why we're actually doing a remove is closest and add closest to add our grab detectors, we have two. We have one for the left hand and we have one for our right hand. So if both hands have that object as closest, we're only going to highlight that object once. Then if I move my right hand away, then obviously my left hand is still close enough and it still needs to stay highlighted. It's only when both hands move far enough away that it stops being that. Okay. Where are we now? Okay, I think that's it for our closest logic. That already gets called there. Do I want to do anything else at the moment? Actually, I don't want that to be that. Well, am I even using that? Yes, I am. I'm going to change it a little bit like that. I'm actually going to have a helper function for that. Just add that in here. Because right now it's our parents. I actually want to go down. Oops. So while we have a parent, we're going to check if our parent is an XR controller 3D node. If so, we're going to return our parent. While we're not using this at the moment, that is just to future-proof this logic. There we go. Oops. Come on. There we go. All right, we'll need that in a minute to write our actual logic to pick things up. Ooh. Okay. Let's do our highlight logic first. All right. All right, I might change that actually. Instead of having a bool here, we're just going to say it's picked up by, that's an area 3D node. And that means we can simply say if picked up by, return true, else return false. There we go. So we can deal with that later. Next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create an array where we're going to track who we're closest to. So here closest to, that can now actually be an area. Oops, area 3D, thank you. If not closest. So if we don't already have that one, let's put it back. We're going to add it in. And then we can do an update. Highlight. So we need that as a function. We're going to need to add some more comments later, but we'll get there eventually. So we need something for the remove. Same thing, closest areas has. So if we have that, we erase our closest to, and also want to make sure that that is typed. There we go. I'm going to go and update that. Cool. All right. Oh, I forgot a semicolon again. Haha. All right. I'm just going to do that for now like this. Highlight. Yeah. Create a new material. That should become a shader material. It should become a new shader. That can go in there. That's going to be highlights, shader. Create. Okay. I might just copy paste that one. Don't really feel like writing that out again. Right. So what this does, this is a shader I've written like 100 times, is we grow our vertex slightly, so it makes the object slightly bigger along the normal or actually along the vertex, because else you get gaps in between, which is what the standard grow function does. And then we just make it a given color here. Now, the color that we want in this case is not black. We want a nice sort of yellowish color for this. Actually, let's do a bluish color. I like blue. We're doing. Actually, that's not going to work with our Pushy, is it? No, let's stick to that and see how well that works. Our Pushy might actually not work very well with this highlight color, but we shall see. All right. So we're going to go and save this guy into materials, and that's going to become our highlight material. So yeah, our highlight share and our highlight material. Excuse me. Now that we have that, we actually don't need to make this an export variable anymore. But instead, we can make that on ready var, and we can just drag that guy in. Oh, it needs to be the preload. Oh, shit. Excuse me. My throat suddenly is getting crazy. All right. So we now have a highlight material. So we need to go and either apply or remove that to our object. So we're just going to keep that nice and simple. But this might need to be something that we improve upon. So in our update highlight, we're going to check that if we're not picked up, and our array of closest areas is not empty, that means that we are close to one of our hands, close enough to do something. We're just going to grab our children. We're going to assume that this is one level deep, which is not going to be true in all cases, but we'll improve that later. If our child is a mesh instance ID, then we can go and cast that. And then we can say mesh instance ID dot overlay. This is going to be our yeah, highlight material. Okay, if we're not, we're doing exactly the same, but now we're unsetting that. Oh, and that's probably why we have the ability to have a scene group. That's probably then a group that only exists within this scene. So we could do the highlight thing with using our scene group. That would be interesting. That might be a way that we can improve that once we are doing stuff with the plushie. But for now, this is good enough. So in theory, if we would be testing this, we would have our highlight logic working. So I'm just going to see how well this thing is working so far, and we're going to see how many problems we get when we run stuff. Ooh, this is already 81% done. Cool. I love fast chargers. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Hello. Oh. My cable was stuck underneath my chair. That's not good. I know I unplugged it. There we go. Yeah. Okay. That went pretty fast. Cast. Right. All right, cool. This is probably going to give us a bunch of errors. No, so far so good. Alrighty. Okay, there we go. All right, our collision is nicely working. Hey, look at that. We actually have red triangles where we have a collision. We have our hand here. Okay, so that should now detect it, and we're not working. All right. Yeah, I do like this a lot. This is pretty cool. This is pretty well done. Okay, so I also want my cube to be actually a bit closer so that it actually falls on my desk here. Okay. Come on. No. Okay. So my. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can actually obscure the hand, but that doesn't work, which is also something that we need to fix. So that means that my material for my shadow to alpha is not being applied. That's actually, while that's still running, I hate doing this with this half on my head. Oh, I don't have remote debug turned on. Oh, that's stupid. Okay, good. So, there we go. Oh, that's still airing out on the plushie. Okay, what's this? Oh yeah, this is no longer there, so discard, thank you. Where's that coming from? Doesn't know. Okay. Oh. No. So we are doing this here. We have our material set here. Shaded to opacity, unshaded, alpha 0. That should be enough. That should work. So either it's not assigning my material to this thing, or oh, that's something that we'll see now that we have remote debug turned on. The other thing was that our grab detector wasn't doing anything. So we've got enables. Okay, and when we enable, we should do that. So it's possible that our enable code is not running. Okay. That should go into our log if all goes wrong. So let's try it again. Let's go and see if there's something that comes into our log now. Come on. Today, please. Oh, okay. That's not good. Why is that not happy? Yep, that's a big shader. Of course, we don't get the actual error. Lovely. With this, I don't even know which shader it is that it gives an error on. What the? Hang on. So one of our shaders is getting an error, but we don't know which. All right. All right, so we have to rerun it to see that, but hopefully this will give us something. Come on. Think. Quit. All right, loading. So that obviously is going to give us errors the moment that we start, so that's fine. Okay. Come on, give us the error that you're unhappy about. UFIs are required to generate tangents. All right. Yeah, that's nice. Which thing is this about? Where are you? I'm not even using bones at the moment. But I'm more worried about what this is and why it's giving me problems. Where's the user code that's inserted into this? These are all the functions. Okay, these are still the compute functions. So scissor, that's where I use yeah. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. No. That's two reflection probes. Yeah. I'm just not even far enough. That's the problem. No, I'm not. Why am I even running through this code? Am I? Freaking shadows on. Go away. Jesus, I don't even need that. I wonder there's so much junk in there. But even then, why is it complaining about tangents? I'm not using those. Okay, but we got our graph detectors enabled, so those should work. So yeah, I don't even know what shader is breaking there and why it's not even doing the whole thing, it's actually breaking it off halfway, so hate it when it does that. So okay, so did you guys say that this is a known issue that needs to be fixed? Oh, that must be because of the hand, of course. Yeah, we got the hand skeleton stuff. So don't know where that's coming from, but yeah, that's indeed going to give a whole bunch of junk. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that one's giving us a hard time. By the way, hello Malcolm, how you going? Yeah, the hub's really nice. I really enjoy it. Anyway, let's just well, maybe we can eventually figure out what material is giving us a problem by the power of deduction. For now, all right, so we still don't have that working. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see that, so I'm back in there. But now we should have remote, and we should be able to go here. And no, yes. Okay, so that must be, what is this? That's our anchor, our scene. So that's our mesh scene, and then underneath there we have our mesh instance. So yeah, that's that one. That's created. And that is indeed our global mesh shader. So I don't know yet why. We're going to actually just give that a different color then. Okay, let me just create out of this thing. Great. All right. I also actually don't want to do that anymore. This is just done. Get our box, just put our box a bit closer so that it actually falls on our table. Okay. On our box, or actually, let's first go into our initiator, and let's make it half, and let's just give it a color. Hopefully, it'll at least show whether this is working or not. So that's one thing. But the other thing that I want to do is So when we do get in range, we want to see that. Problem, of course, is that this dumb filling up of errors is going to make it very hard to see. Because it might be that I actually have a bug in this one, of course. Yeah, we only have a day left, so so I doubt that that I'll finish this in time. But hey, you know, love a challenge, I guess. All right. We got deploy with debug. There we go. Damn, my cable's stuck on my chair. Stop it. Actually. Come on. There we go. So our cube is now on our table. That's okay, but we still don't have that. All right. And I don't see my ground material. So I'm wondering if that is the one that's causing all our junk outputs. So so I'm just going to take this out for now. Just going to do unshaded and that and see what happens. I hate it when I'm debugging two things at the same time. So let's focus on this one first and see what this does. Come on. Today, please. Okay, so we now actually have rendering. And we no longer have a big error in there. So I guess in this new version, shadow to opacity is broken again. But it's broken on a UV thing? Like, why? Oh, okay, so our is closest at least work. At least we've gotten that. So we know that our highlight is not doing what it's supposed to do. Bloody hell. Can jump in the bank. No, the jam is just a fun thing that we do. There's no money up for grabs or anything like that. It's just for fun. Okay. So our shadow to opacity is broken again. We just fixed that bloody thing. But why is makes no sense. Yeah, it's just purely for fun, and you know, that's usually enough for a lot of people. Okay. I'm gonna leave this one be. And I'm just going to go and comment out the mesh. Because for now we just need the collision. And we just need to figure out why our shadow to opacity is broken. So let's All right. So just revisit that when we can. Okay, so let's focus on our pickable objects that we are not seeing. And this could be because of the material that we're using, which is just a nice little color like this. Okay, so what could I still be missing here? Let's see. Yeah, we got the Carl Franz, so that's inversed. So that should work just fine on the box. So go look at our box. And what are we using to assign this? Script. Yeah, overlay, exactly. So it needs to be added in. Okay, that's not showing anything. Oh, because I've not set up any of the values. It's not having any of the defaults that it's supposed to have there. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. Now we have a highlight. Okay, let's clear that out again. Boom. And let's see if we can now need to do arms someday. It's really disappointing that it takes so long to push something out to the quest. It makes debugging so slow. There we go. There's our thing. And now we can see that as our hand are close, it gets highlighted. So now we can put our pickup logic together. Cool. Okay. Okie dokie. So one win, one loss. We successfully did the highlight logic. Now we fixed that up, but we have the shadow to opacity not working, which is annoying. Okay, so let's continue with the logic that we need here. Excuse me. So let's look at our pickable object logic. Okay. So we're first going to have some logic for when we pick it up. Pick up. Come on. Getting tired. All right. So the first thing that we're going to add here is if we're frozen, we're not going to allow us to be picked up. So we're just going to go bye-bye. We're not doing that. Then what we're going to do is, we actually want this to be picked up by. So our picked up by is already a variable here. So who we have already been picked up by. So if we are already picked up, then if that is the thing that we're being picked up by right now, we're already being picked up by these guys, then we don't have anything more to do. And else, we're going to call let go, which is obviously going to be a function that we're going to have here as well. Cool. Cool. All right. Two more variables here. First is you're going to remember who our parent was before we picked it up so that we can return that. And we're going to add a nice little tween to this thing. Yay. All right. So let's remember who our parent is. And we want to remember what our current transform is. There we go. Now we're going to remove ourselves. Actually, let's put some comments here because I almost forget. Remember where we were. Remove from our original parent. Okay. So picked up by is now going to be the object that is passed to us. Get parent. All right, we're going to go and add that now as a child there. And now we're going to go and reposition it to where it was. And here we're going to do an update freeze. And we actually want to do that here as well. Boom. And we're actually going to put that here. Func update freeze, and we're going to change this to is frozen or is picked up. So whether we're picked up or frozen, we're going to freeze this thing or else we're going to unfreeze it. All right. There we go. All right, but now our object is actually going to be wherever it was, and we're going to move it around. So we now want to actually snap it into our hand. So for that, we're going to use our tween. We're going to kill any old one in case we're in the middle of animating whatever we had picked up before. And we're going to get a new tween to do this with. Okay, and now we just tween the bloody thing. Tween dot tween property self transform. Actually going to go to a identity transform for now. 0.1. And let's actually put that all together. Okay. That should be, in theory, enough. So let go. If you haven't been picked up, there is no need to let go. Do the same thing. If we're currently tweening, we kill the tween. But now we no longer need a tween, so bye-bye tween. We're not creating a new one here. So remember where we are right now. So remove it from our picked up. We reset that. Thank you very much. Now we can add it back into our original parent. Now we reposition it where we actually are. And then we do an update. Freeze. I think that should be all our pick up and let go. Function. So, okay, so that's our pick up and let go logic. Alrighty. Now the last thing that we're going to do tonight is actually make that pick up and let go work. And then we'll probably just drop in our Godot plush, and then tomorrow we're gonna actually make our Godot plush do something. Okay. So now we can go into our grab detects, and we're actually going to make that all work. So we're going to continue with our physics process. We've updated our closest body, so we know who is now closest. And here we're going to check if we're grabbing something or letting something go. So let's first check whether we are actually engaging our grab button. So here we grab our parent controller, so the function that we wrote a little while ago. If we have a controller, we're going to do our own little, you know, oh, what's the word? I don't even know what the English word is to prevent, you know, from a Boolean from going true and false very quickly if you just near a value. So, and there's actually a bug, I think, in the demo here that I still need to fix. So we're first going to get our value, because that's a float between 0 and 1. Yeah, floats. And that's our action, our grab action that we defined here. So grab. There we go. No, I have actually done it correctly in the demo. So is this the wrong way around? That's the thing. Yeah, we have a lower threshold if we're already probably call that grab rest, but anyway, doesn't really matter. So now our new value becomes pick up value is bigger than thresholds. There we go. Cool. So with that, we have our current state. So let's check if we need to let go. So if we have a picked up body and we are not currently pressing, up body dot let go. So we're going to let go of that. And now we're going to forget what we picked up. Cool. You stop having a pop-up menu when I don't need it. Okay. Now we're going to check if we need to pick something up. And here we're going to say, if we don't have something already picked up, and we weren't pressing before, and we are pressing now, and we have a closest body. So that's a lot of checks. Then we're going to go and pick up that closest body. So we're going to start with picked up body is closest body. That's the guy that we're going to go and pick up. And then closest picked up body is going to be pick up self. Oh, let go also needs to be... No, let go doesn't have a thing. Okay, let's go. All right. And then finally, we need to remember... Oops. Okay, I'm going to go and rename this because I don't like these names. That's going to be grab pressed. So grab pressed, grab pressed, grab pressed, grab pressed. All right. This is then going to become grab the value. Okay. And this is going to be was grab pressed. Okay, that's more logical than the naming that we have here. All right, let's see if that actually works. Come on, you can do it. Yay! Here we go. Well, obviously it's swinging, but it's positioning on the wrong place because we really would want to have it in our fists. And that we can do by moving our grab thingy in a better position. Oh, you're on the ground. I can't reach it. Okay, but in principle, it now works. Good. Okay, cool. So yeah, the easiest way to deal with where it is positioned. Ooh. Why won't you? Oh, maybe it already is. Is we could move it a little bit like this and a little bit like that. So let's see how much we moved it. So let's round that nicely off, and let's round that as well. Just to have it, you know, a little bit more to the inside of the hand. Doesn't have to be precise. Obviously, we can do grab points and all that sort of stuff at some point. But for now, this is fine. And then probably we do the same on here. And there we go. I think that's good enough for now. What I want to do. Let's, for fun, finally also go and get our plushie done properly. So actually, well, I'm not going to move that because then Dan might get into trouble. Because I really want that to be inside of the plushie folder, wherever it is. I guess here. Okay, but that's all right. We'll just create something that embeds that. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to actually create a character out of that that we can grab and put down. However, we're also going to add logic there that it will actually move around and walk around and do stuff. So, and most of that is going to be for tomorrow. It is nearly 2 a.m. here. I am ready for bed. But let's at least make sure that our plushie is going to be standing somewhere in the room. and we can pick our plushie up. So, yeah, I'm tempted to actually do that here. Then you might get angry with me for doing this, but I'm still going to do it. So I'm going to change this to a rigid body. Yep, and then we're going to add a collision shape to it. And the collision shape for now, I'm going to keep nice and easy. Well, let's just do our favorite capsule shape. That's fine. And oops, I don't want to resize you. I want to move you. So that's there, and now I can resize you. And it's just so that we can actually drop it in place. I hope that because I made it a capsule that it's not going to fall over, but we will see. We will see. Then obviously we want to load. A pickable object here so that we can pick it up. Now that's something that we're going to be inheriting soon because we're going to have a whole lot more logic in there. The other thing that I want to do is I want to make our idle autoplay, and I think that is a yeah, that's looping. So let's see if our plushie actually falls down and doesn't fall over. I'm pretty sure that it will, especially also because the center of gravity is now there. So we'll see what it does. It's probably going to do something dumb. But in worst case, I'll make it a different shape. And again, I'm just making a rigid body because that's what we're... Oh, I didn't put it in the scene. That's not going to be fun. Our plushie needs to be... actually, two things we need to do. Can I still press cancel here? No, wait. It's fine. I will exit it once it's running. Yeah, man. There we go. Right. Right. Because the other thing that we need to do is we need to do that unfreeze on start. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because it's a tick box. Okay, that does. That's actually quite nice. So it remembers those. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, now it did crash. Well, hey, first crash of the day. That's not bad, actually. Okay, let's see. Right. Come on. 2-day, please. There we go. Yeah, I really wish that that was just saved and that it didn't just go back to full screen. That's just pretty dumb. But I guess someone thought that people would always want to run Godot full screen. I kind of get that. Oh, that guy's big. What the fuck? Pardon my French. Yeah, that's a teddy bear now, isn't it? Okay. We're just gonna scale this guy down on its root node. Let's make him 1/10 the size. That means that obviously our collision shape. Oh, that has actually moved. Okay. Okay. What the heck? Thank you. that's way too small. Okay, 0.5. Nope. Yep. Okay, how are we? Where's the size now? We're definitely. Okay, what are you? I think that can be. Okay, now it's slightly too high, but that's actually kind of okay. I might eventually actually do somewhat more usable. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Because it's all going to be on how are we going to make the plush walk around. And again, I kind of want to make it a character body for that, but then we have a problem that we either need to duplicate our script or do something else. That's actually kind of annoying, but I'll figure it out eventually. For now, this is hopefully enough for what we want to do. Now that our plush is small, we can go and move it over here. And obviously, we don't want it under there. We just want to move it a bit to the right. Eventually, I need to figure out a nicer way to figure out where I want to spawn it. But for our demonstration right now, this is good enough. All right, Mr. Godot plush. Oh, Dan, if you're still around, we also need an animation for when we're holding the plush. Because why did that suddenly come up? Go away. Yee. Whoa! Okay, our plush went straight through. Oh, because we haven't started it frozen. Okay, and we can see that yeah, it falls over with the thing. Okay, that's all right. Let's fix that up. And I'm tempted to just give it a cube for. So yeah, so the first thing that is wrong is that this guy. We need to start frozen, else we obviously fall through the table that isn't there yet because we haven't loaded that in yet. And then yeah, the second thing that I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to go and make this a box. Okay. Let's see. Okay. And that should be perfectly on the ground now. Cool. Yeah, that's good enough just for what we want to accomplish tonight. Alrighty. Where's my spaceship thing that's flying around normally? The aliens are not around right now. Okay. So we got that nicely highlighted, but this guy isn't highlighted yet. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, because of course. Yeah, that's hello. Hello, guy. So yeah, we probably need to do some sort of grab point implementation. Oh yeah, there's a little circle that we had as a test. Because yeah, we're hey, my animation is not playing by default. Or is it? No, it is. Oh, he's slowly moving. Yeah. So in this, I think actually that maybe I need to make the tween optional. So that we can actually, yeah, I think maybe I will do that. So no. Let's do that as a last thing. Okay. I want to make the tween thing optional. Export var tween. No, snap on pickup. True. That means that I want to do a tween is null here as well. Okay. Cool. And then on our plushie, we're going to go and do that. That means that it should now be just staying in relative position when I pick it up. Come on, come on. Oh, there it is. There's my aliens UFO. Okay, so now I can just pick it up relative to my hand. Hello, plushie. Oh, how did I do that? All right, well, he fell through the floor and he's gone. I guess I'm missing a. Well, it could also be that my thing is too short. So one of the things that we could do here. No. Where is that? There you go. Continue CD. And I want to do that on the box as well. Continue CD. That'll make it a little bit less likely for it to fall through the floor. Anyway, yes. Cool. It's late. I'm tired. We've got all the basics here. We are doing our scene discovery. We get our environment as a result. My plushie and my box folded down. I can pick them up. Can't throw them yet, because we're not doing something with velocity yet. That might be something that I'll add in tomorrow. And then obviously tomorrow we're going to start working on the plushie actually walking around and trying to figure out where it can go. So thanks, Marcellus. All right, I hope everybody enjoyed. That was a long one. That was fun. Yeah, we'll see. I might be streaming again tomorrow. We'll see how far we get and how my day goes. I need to do some shopping in the morning, but I might do a stream a lot earlier, and we might stream for most of the day if I can. So I'll catch you then. Thanks everybody, and talk to you next time.